Cool. So today, gonna work on the Tidefall game, and I'm planning to do these four things before tomorrow. I just figure, hey, like let's just make it, pretty presentable. Why not? And if we keep working on it, which we might, at least it's in a pretty good state to continue. So that's the plan here. Probably gonna skip this for now. Fix mobile. I'm gonna probably start with this. Well, actually, the most important thing is probably just kind of like a curated spawn area. It should be pretty easy to do. Just make it look nice when you load in. I think to start with that, I'm just going to go ahead and change the chunk size. So we'll just make it like 500. We'll see what it looks like. Maybe change this to 500 too. See what it. Okay, I'll probably keep the 2000. Alright, how come I didn't spawn more of the islands? Oh, right, I think I was doing something before excuse me. Before I was doing this, I was trying to make it load in better. Weird. I'm gonna run it again, the build. Okay, and now let's go ahead and look at the commit history. Cool. I'm curious, okay, so let's say I set the chunk size to 1000. Max view distance is 2. Play around with these variables, maybe we can get something interesting. Maybe increase the chance one of these spawns. So that should be in huge island. Now we're gonna go ahead and change that model. I got a new model that I can load in here. Can you locate the chance that can you locate that a chance where the chance is for how often the huge island spawns? So I'm gonna remove this portal because that guy removed me from them for some reason. Don't really understand why. Okay, so it's an open biome, so let's go adjust that. And I think I'm gonna change the chunk size once more. Can you tell me where all the places in the control how big the chunk size is? Because I think that variable might not totally be working. You can maybe size down this mountain a little bit too. Okay, so apparently that variable is right. Cool, let's replace this with a model that we got. I'll show you guys the model. I kind of like it, and I can lighten it up using the same strategy we use for the ship. Okay, so I'll put that in the publics directory. We called it Huge Island or something. Cool, that looks pretty good. Yeah, is that the same? No, that one back there is the one. Let me, for now, I'm just going to set them both to be this one. Cool. So now we just got to lighten up the model a little bit. So what we did here, load ship GLB. Should have been this right here. Can we add this to the load GLB model too? So I want to force lighten it up with the same exact strategy. Cool. Cool, let's see if it created that. Let's see, where did they put this file? Nice. Let's make sure it's using the huge island. So we don't want to do it this way. I'm going to do it exactly the same way as the boat loader. Please do it the exact same way as the boat loader. So you see how there's like this success callback and then you force lighten it up. We want to do it the exact same way. Cool. Nice. Look at that. Looks great. Let's add a ton of those and just put them around, and we'll add some NPC ships and stuff. Just gotta lower them a little bit. And it's not too laggy. A little too many monsters, I would say. I could make them a little smaller though, these islands. Yeah, let's see what it's loading in the scale as for these. It's like maybe like 1/3 or something. Okay, that's way too small. Maybe a little bigger. Okay, and then we'll modify this. Then we'll separate it out a little more. Cool. I'll say I might disable the fog for open biome. See, there was another default somewhere. Right, so this is the default one that's being triggered. I think the game looks better without the fog, unless you're like maybe in that snowy area. Okay, now we just gotta separate them. Can we add some more spacing in between these huge islands generally? There should be like a minimum spacing so they don't load into each other. Looks kind of cool. Well, let me check the comments. Oh, hey Rob, what's up? Sorry, man, I got distracted. How's it going? Nice, cool. Yeah, that'd be maybe a good place to start one of these things. I tried to do the comment thing like you suggested, but I think I'll actually need to make it so the chat loads into the stream if I want to make it like appear on the stream. Like I have to stream it with the chat in it, which the only thing is like might block part of the screen, I guess, but I think it's a pretty good idea for rewatchability purposes. But yeah, I think honestly I'm down to make a new game with a little bit more narrow scope. This one was fun and it was cool, but it's just too big. Like I'll need to spend years probably to build out the whole thing, and who knows if it'll, at the end of the day, be fun. So, uh, but it was cool to work on. So I'm gonna just make like just make it look nice because there's this like competition for tomorrow. So maybe if it looks nice, and I'll maybe add some NPC ships you can battle or something. I think that shouldn't be too hard. So let's see, modified some spawning, but now I don't see the islands. Let's roam around for a second. I think it's fine. I might go into Blender and reduce the vertices because I think it's causing a little lag. Right. I think you're saying it might be worth it to add a chat to that stream, but I don't think I can do it like after the fact. Unless maybe I maybe do some video editing and then create a new one, a new video. I can maybe do that. Um, but the actual position that it's spawning in, these huge islands, they're kind of spawning in a row. It should be kind of random throughout the biome. Can you try to figure out why that is? They're still spawning right next to each other, so maybe to put that, try to figure out how to make it spawn farther away from each other. Oh, I see. You're trying to get Peter's portals to work. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it if you want. Yeah, for me, it took me a little bit. I actually did live stream it, but it took me a little bit to understand exactly what they're doing. If you want me to explain it, just let me know. I can go through how to do it. It's pretty simple actually. It's just takes a while to understand what exactly he was saying in his tweet. Nice, I got it fixed so it spawns randomly away from each other. That's good. Cool, that looks pretty good actually. Cool, I might just modify chunk control. I need to make it so it's not too laggy. It's the only thing. And then I'm gonna spawn some other ships. I'll maybe improve how the portal looks too. Maybe reduce the monster. Can you find where we put the monster frequency? I think it's a bit too high. So where's that? For how? Might also reduce the speed of the day-night cycles. Actually, no, it's fine. I guess the... Yeah, we can modify that. Okay, maybe one thing. We'll just make this 1. Feels a little empty, so maybe we could put some like islands with buildings or something. But first, let's make the NPCs. So, made some progress on this. Let's maybe do the NPC ships. I think I might add some simple sound effects though, in labs. I got some samples. That's pretty good. Pretty good sound here. Oh, I think this, we need to change the duration though. That's why it's just be maybe 2.5 seconds. Yeah, we'll maybe make some cool sounds. Maybe when the bird gets close to you, there's some noises or something. What's this do? Prompt influence? High. Honestly, the sound is not super great though. I might just not. I don't really like them, so let's see. Cannon sound. Let me do this. Oh, that sounds much better. This one's pretty good. I actually like this one. Cool. When the user fires a cannon, can you add this sound? It's the file name is called. Let me test out mobile here. Hopefully it's a quick fix because right now the mobile's not working. Oh, actually it works. Nice. Oh. It's weird, it kind of runs on mobile, but then it just crashes. So I have to figure out how to. Let me check so modified the sound effects. Oh, I didn't rebuild. I think that's why. I actually like the prior sound better. It's a little bit jarring. So I'm gonna discard that. Can we increase the distance at which you can see a huge island? Because right now it only renders if you're pretty close. There might be some logic in that GOP loader. So it only loads when you're right on it, the island. Any ideas why? Can you look through the files, try to find a reason? I'm gonna switch to Gemini here. Oh, sure, yeah, I'll show you. Let's see. Hold on here. Let me first just try applying this. Okay, so it didn't do anything. Okay, so I'll show you the general idea here. Let's see. Maybe just I'll go to the normal site so it's less lag and stuff. Okay, let me show you the code. I created a file. I called it Vibeverse. I guess this just keep the portals a file and specify in the prompt that you want to keep it general so you can create many portals if you want. That way, oh, actually, you might just want to be doing the Vibeverse one. Oh no, but I think the requirements for the Vibeverse is you have to have a back portal. So when I first did it, I did it for one portal, this file. And you feel free to look, or I'll send this file to you if it doesn't generate well, maybe. Um, but so the way it works is, okay, well, also why I said to make it general is that when I first generated the portal file, I had to kind of rewrite this file to make it more general so I could create more portals. So when I go into this portal, what it does is it sets these things at the top. So the ref is where you came from. So you set portal equals true. Um, okay, but there's a few things I need to clarify here. So when you go into the Vibeverse portal, what you're actually doing is you're going to the jam.peter.com or something. And then from there, it brings you to a new URL. But what you're doing to this URL here is and I don't know, let me know if you can't see this text because it depends on the quality of the video. But you add a ref here, and this is where you're coming from. So in this case, if you're going into the Vibeverse portal, you're going to set this ref. It's called a query parameter. You're going to set this to where you are. It's tideful.io would be in my case. And the reason you do that is because wherever you go, they're going to use this ref to know where to send the back portal to. So like every site's going to have a portal that is like return to destination. And they're going to use the ref that you passed into jam.peter.com to create a portal, firstly, and then secondly, link it to whatever was in the ref. And when they come back to your world, they're also going to have a ref, in other words, it's reference to where they came from. So that way you know, hey, okay, I set the back portal to go to this URL. So that's how it works. Like it's just managed through this ref um, query parameter. You set the outgoing ref to you, and the incoming ref will be other people, and you just need to modify where the back portal goes to. So hopefully that was helpful. Let me know if you have any other questions. And if you couldn't see the text, that might be a little confusing in my URL bar because it might be a little blurry. Alright, Gemini is not really working. So let me do the back to the sonnet. Sure, sounds good. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll just make my repo public again so you can see it. Because then you can just say, hey, look at this file. Why is this so hard? I'm trying to just make it so I can see it. Annoying. Okay, so let's see, go here. Cool. The repo is public, so let me send it to you. Yeah, it's just in the portals folder in source. Right, there are many things we need to do here. Can you please try to figure out why when we're loading in the islands, it only loads when you're directly on them. I want to load them in from far away. Sorry, I'm just kind of messing around with it. Okay, let's see. Oh, why is it spawning in that? Whoa, what the heck? uh, that's crazy. Trying to figure out why that would happen. I assume it's related to the visible distance, so maybe if I set this to 2000 or something. Okay, it's definitely a chunk thing. So the visibility is tied to like how big the chunk is. I'm gonna remove all that weird stuff. What? I added more of that? Where? I'll probably have to clear the cache because I already removed that. So now that we know that it's tied to this, let's go ahead and look at the references. Ah, so I think it's tied to the chunk size variable, the loading for the huge islands. Can you figure out where that is? We want to detach that. Don't do anything though, just show me where it is. Let's see. Okay, it's got to be in this logic here. The problem that we're seeing. Min distance from spawn, let's call it 100. Nice. Cool, that's kind of what I wanted, so just make it look a little nicer. Yeah, we'll maybe make it 50%. Alright, cool. Now we'll spawn like ships, NPC ships around. Alright, now first we want to change this portal. We're going to use these floating islands that we've already created before. Or not floating islands, floating, what did we call it, actually? Oh, house tavern or something? I think it's Pirate Tavern too. Oh, nice. That's actually quite a few more. Not a fan. what has transpired with this code base. It's just really hard to make additions. All right, I'm gonna do the last change. So my thought process is, we know this variable is causing the visibility thing. Going on with the GLB. see, is this... It's not the tree house. I think it might be the smuggler's hideout here. It's not here. Oh, this looks like it, right? There's probably a little guy with a head. Yeah, okay. So it's the Pirate Tavern 2. So instead of loading in these arches, we want to use the Pirate Tavern 2. We're going to keep the text above it and everything, but that's going to be our new portal. What is that? Oh, what is this? Kind of interesting in a weird way. Um, cool. Can you make the Pirate Tavern scale higher and also make some particle effects and stuff? Also make it like a lighter green. Weird. I guess my original idea was like it'd be like the raft would be the thing you go into. Whoops. All right, let me just do something here. So our goal here is we're going to curate a spawn. We're going to spawn, like, the spawn will have a bunch of pre-selected things to be in it to look nice. Right now we have the Vibeverse portals. It's going to be kind of like that. We're just going to spawn in a bunch of things around. So all the different kinds of islands and things like that. But let's just start with, make sure to spawn a huge island pretty close to spawn, and we're going to create a new file called spawn, and we're going to load that into the main.js. Oh yes, Rob, I didn't see your message. I agree. Let's try and make a game. I think were some pitfalls with this game that definitely I learned from. See if that worked. Nice. Maybe a little farther away, but basically. Just need to make it a little farther away. No, don't want that. The heck? What's it doing, bro? Alright, I'm going to disable the commands because I don't like that actually. They just ran a bunch of random stuff. Yeah, we'll set a spawn config. Set this to like 1,000 or something. let's just yeah, remove that. Let's see. Set up spawn. I have no idea how this even works. That it's even able to spawn these in at all, because I don't really see, it's not even importing. Oh, it is, I'm just not seeing it. Create portal. Okay, right there it is. Cool. That makes sense. Alright, so now I just have to curate it a little bit. And maybe rotate the island a bit. Okay. Hey, rotate a little more. If I put in 0 here, actually. That's 9 degrees. I don't know, bro. 20. Alright, so that's kind of what I wanted. And maybe I'll just modify these again. Nice, that looks pretty good. That's kind of what I was going for. All right, so now behind us, we probably want to spawn something. So something of interest right around. I think for now we can focus on maybe the NPCs that we're going to battle. Just check that. Galaxy Theft Auto, Open Universe. Yeah. You have to explain a little more, but I think I get what you're saying. Like a super open world. I think with like a giant scope, we should get like a ton of people on board. Like we get, 30 people. We could build it. Probably just 10. Like a huge game. But it's gonna be hard to coordinate that many people. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna speed up the time of the game. I'll probably maybe make it like 0.15 or something. Alright, so let's try again with the portals. Actually, no, I'm gonna do the ships actually. So we're gonna create a new feature. We're gonna call these NPCs. We're gonna put these in the entities folder. They're going to load in the using the boat loader file. They're gonna load in a ship, and this ship is going to just kind of move around for now. Gonna spawn. We're just gonna spawn it in the spawning area for now to test it out. So just integrate it with that file. And that's it. It should just basically move around. think I'll maybe speed up the boat a bit. Cool. Accept that. Oh, nice. They're already here. Do they move? Oh, there's a few of them. Wait, this one has different colors. What? What the heck? What? Hey, that's cool. Oh, I think that's maybe another one of the models. But that one looks actually really cool. What the heck? I don't remember this being one of the models. Very strange. Alright, so that's a good start. So now they just need to move around. Cool. So keep developing it. Right now they don't move around. So try to. It's creating a few of them, but try to make them move around. Double check your how you integrated your update loop there. I'll get a coffee, and I'll be right back. Kind of surprised it's still generating. What is it doing? Been like a few minutes. I think this actually might be a pretty good step to make this game a little more fun. Like you have some NPC ships you can do a little combat with. It'll be fun. It's doing some weird stuff though. What is this? Okay, we'll try it. That's a wow, 500. Okay, it's probably gonna be some errors. What is all this? Oh, it is moving. Just backwards, right? That's good to know, I guess. So let's make a move probably 10 times as fast, and also they're moving in reverse, so try to rotate this ship by 180. Also make their movement patterns a little more complex. They shouldn't just move in like a straight line back and forth. Oh, hey Rob, I said try connecting windsurf and curse to the exact same file. Yeah, it's a good idea. I ran out of credits with windsurf. I guess I could add some more, but it did run out really quick. Like, I remember last night I was just generating this website and it ran out that used $10 within literally, I think a few hours. So that's a little steep. If you do that, let's say you do that 8 hours a day. See, would that be a month? I guess like 1,200 a month. Yeah. No, I'm good. I don't know why I used so much yesterday. It was weird. So right now I think this is free. Oh, and actually it's not what I'm doing right now. But the Pro Max is having some issues. I kind of figure it makes more sense to use Klein because the Cursor and Windsurf are a middleman. They're going to take some margin out of that. Klein is open source, right? Are they? I guess I should check that before I say it. Is Klein nonprofit? Um, excuse me. Yeah, you bring your own API key, right? So I think that might be the way to go. Reduce any costs potentially, if that's a problem that we end up having. Let's see here. So it added all this stuff, but I don't know if it applied it. Let me check. But I agree with you in general, Rob. Like switch back and forth between tabs. I think even I could create a separate chat here. All right, let's see what it did. I'm curious. All right. Oh, cool. Look at this. Oh, that's pretty legit, actually. Still moving the wrong way, but maybe these ships are moving the right way. Oh, cool. They kind of like smooth movement too. That's pretty dope. Wait, did they spawn these everywhere? Oh, just in the spawn, yeah. That's kind of fun. Just make sure it rotates the ships. Can you rotate the ships 180? Because they're all going backwards. And then we'll make it so they fire at your ship and maybe some basic AI for the maybe they follow you around or something. And we'll probably just manually tune it so they don't go into the islands. I think this is what I should have done in the beginning. Just to like curate an experience in the spawn. You like just curate everything and then you make it fun and then you just expand it. Instead of like trying to build all the chunking and all the biomes before you actually made anything that's could be fun. Because I could see like if I would have focused on the beginning to like just like spawning a bunch of ships, trying out the combat, not really worrying with the looks or the environment so much. That probably would have been a better way. So I think if I work on another game, I'm gonna focus on that. Like just start with the core game loop there and don't get distracted with all the any world building kind of things. Hey, GA boy, how's it going? Oh, really? Climb adds up faster? Interesting. Oh, I made the water disappear. It's an interesting bug. That's good to know, Rob. I don't really know why. Maybe they're just more inefficient with their queries. Oh, cool. They're no longer backwards, the ships. Cool. This is pretty cool, actually. So now let's have it so they fire at your ship, maybe, using the same logic we made. I've actually tried that, Rob. Yeah, it works. I was able to make it so in the beginning, like I would hit an island and then I would be able to walk on the island. It's totally doable. It just wouldn't look very. I mean, we could though. I mean, we could load in a model, one of those character models that you can easily animate and just run around. The only thing is, probably wouldn't work with this GOB file as well. We'd have to do some pretty hardcore thinking because of the collisions and stuff. With this is actually really hard. You got to do like recasting. Like I kind of got it to work. So if I go slow enough, oh, see, it's really, yeah. See, it worked right there, but it very rarely works for some reason. Yeah, so there. I don't know. Anything with collisions with the GLBs is kind of hard. Cool, let's do some combat stuff. Awesome. Could we potentially implement some basic AI for combat? Before we do this, the first step is can you experiment with when the player gets close to one of these ships that it fires a cannon? It should be a very similar cannon system to what we've already made. But let's make it a separate file. Try to because we're going to try to scope these changes to the NPC specifically. So I'll attach the files. Create a new folder. We can call it like NPC abilities or something. And this is what we're going to use for all their systems like cannons. Actually, before you do that, can you tell me if that makes sense? Can you think of any better way to do this before we get to coding? Yeah, thanks, GA boy. How's it? Appreciate the words. I really like that people join and hang out. It's kind of fun. I feel like we should make it so like if people are going towards the portals to leave the game, they have to like fight all the AIs. Like we just like have like a line of ships for the portals. Battle your way out of the world. It's not a horrible idea. I think I'm actually going to do that. Let's just like stack ships in front of the portals once we get the combat working. All right, let's see what it said. Create. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Keep it really simple to start. Just keep one ability. They're all going to have the same ability. It's just going to be basic cannons. But use our existing effects that we have for the cannons. Like, let's see, where do we put it? We have animations. Hmm. Where did we put it? Oh, we actually creating it here? Okay, interesting. Okay, well. I'll just tell it to duplicate this code, I guess, basically. Use a lot of the existing code. This is a way to just keep it scoped so we don't mess with anything. Break like existing functionality. Seeing how quickly I made these ships makes me want to not stop working on this game though, because I feel like it's worth trying to make this fun. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we'll probably, once we verify the combat, we'll maybe just make a few, you're right. Two or three, maybe four. Maybe they could speak to you too, like to be a little chat bubble or something. Okay, I see one thing. I think what I'm going to do is go into Blender, reduce the vertices of the mountain. Because whenever I look at the mountain, the frame rate drops, I think. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I'll go here, new, or just open, I guess. Because I did to do that in the last one, and we just generated a new one, so. Um, Okay, so now we run the decimates. I selected edit mode. It's tab, right? What's this? I'll just do new. Yeah, I agree. Like huge ships to block the portals. I think that's kind of fun. For some reason my tab is not working. What's going on there? Oh, there we go. Weird. Okay. I feel like there should be very simple tutorials, or it just tells me exactly. I just, whatever. So it says to go in the modifier tab, which is a wrench. Looks like this. Okay, add modifier, and choose decimate. Probably in deform, right? See, this is why I want a simple blender, because I don't see so much stuff. All right. Last time I used actually the Blender MCP. Oh, I found it. It's right here. Select an object. Okay, cool. So the next part, configure. See, collapse. Okay. Just ratio. Probably like 0.5. I assume that means like 50% or something. Let's do 0.25 actually, just to see. So apply. It's much wrapping. Okay, so I think it definitely did it. So now I'm gonna export it. So we should be able to verify if I go into the game. Yes, it's only about 2 megabytes, but maybe that doesn't. Okay, well, we'll see what it looks like. Oops. Oh, it wasn't running because I had to run this command here. Okay, I can definitely tell there's some changes because I noticed like a little bit of these lines in between. But it is way less laggy, I think. We'll see. Usually gets more laggy as you are in the game longer. Yeah, we could generate some damage sound with the 11 Labs wood breaking noise. I notice all the sounds with 11 Labs are very aggressive. Like, that reminds me. Let me read what they did with the combat tech range. No, I don't like that. Because it's trying to modify our existing system, which I'm not really interested in doing. So can we make sure not to modify our existing ability manager? We want to just call it directly for now. Just keep it really simple. Okay, let's see if it actually works. So I'll go up to 1. Cool. So right now the ships aren't getting aggroed, so I don't currently they don't currently fire at me. Feel free to use the you might need to use the boat in the game state to trigger this. Based on distance. Oh, look, I see he's actually trying to kill me now. Something. Hmm. Let me reload, maybe. I guess we can look and, oh yeah, it's, okay, please remove all the cooldown stuff because we would just want to make sure it's working. Right now, none of the ships are firing, although I just saw an error, so could be related. Okay, that's not really. So basically, the AI should react where the player is. So if the player is close, then it aggroes them. They maybe start to follow you around, and they should be shooting. But for now, let's try to just get them to shoot at you. Yeah, exactly. Trying to get them to shoot back. Let's see if we can get it. I see in there this log here, it just says cooldowns, so I assume maybe it's getting stuck in some sort of cooldown loop here. I just saw an error. It's not related though. Weird. Sometimes the water disappears. Not really sure. That's about. Whoa! Holy crap! Well, they're definitely firing at me now. I just hear the sound like going crazy right now. Well, that's good. I think I just crashed. That's a good start, I guess. We'll add a small cooldown. That's a little ridiculous. Nice, it kind of works. So there's two things we want to do. Add a very small cooldown here, maybe like a second. And secondarily, it needs to be able to shoot much farther. So increase the range probably like 4 times. It should shoot in the general location of your ship. But have some randomness to it so it doesn't always hit you. Sometimes it'll hit you, sometimes it won't. So just do those two things. Small cooldown and should, roughly aim towards the player with some randomness. I think that's it. Let's see if it has the small cooldown now. I think they finished that part. Oh yeah, so it appears whenever it adds this cooldown, it gets stuck. Alright, so please modify how you're doing the cooldown. Whenever you do it, it just gets stuck at the 0.9 seconds. So somehow it's just being reset. Make it really robust. Just, keep it extremely simple. So let's see, I reverted it. Hopefully it's back to what I was doing before. Yeah, it should say, okay, cooldown, 0.9 seconds. So it's just stuck in cooldown, basically. I guess we can probably fix that. It's a pretty simple problem. Get time. So let's just not do it based on time. Just do it. Use this. Oh, right, that's why. So make sure when you're doing this cooldown, use the delta time to do it, because we're passing that in from main. So please, because that's why we're getting stuck in the cooldown. Nice, it's working. I just heard a noise. Nice. See if it keeps firing. I'll just read what exactly they're doing for the cooldown. So it looks like each ship will fire once. So, first of all, I'm going to commit because it's closer. Can you make it like drastically simplify this cooldown system because it fires once and then it never fires again for each ship? So keep it really simple. Like each ship should have a cooldown, and basically it should be able to fire like once per some amount of delta time. We don't need to do anything too complex here. I'm gonna switch to cloud thinking. I think it's already on. I'll try Gemini again. Okay, it's weirder. Okay, cool, GA boy. Thanks for letting me know. How are you doing? Are you working on anything, GA boy, or are you doing any of this vibe coding stuff? Are you just interested in it, maybe? Hmm. It's doing something very weird. I'm glad I pushed because we'll see if it works. Nice. It works. That's great. Let me check if it works on the other side. Nice. Okay, I just need to increase the range. I think I see what's happening. The sound keeps going. I think it's doing one sound for both. So two things. Can you make it so it just fires out of the cannon closest? It should just be one cannon coming out. And secondly, make sure to increase the range by a lot on the cannons on how far they can fire. Because right now they're just firing into the ground. I hear the noise, but who's firing it? What the heck? What was that? Weird. Oh, this one's firing at me from like way away. I think I see what happened. Okay, cool. Kind of works. Maybe we just make it so it's a little more random in terms of. Also, maybe the range is a bit too far. So we don't want the range. So please undo what you did about the like when they'll start firing at you. What we purely want to do is increase the distance that the cannonball goes, because right now it just fires into the ground. So that's the problem, right? Right now they're firing at you from way away, which is too far away, but then they shoot the cannonball directly in the ground. So you need to make two modifications. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close the tab because that noise is driving me nuts. Although I'm playing this game that someone made. Looks like it's not multiplayer. I mean, that's not working on the phone. Kind of cool though. Oh, nice. They fixed it. Perfect. It just needs to go a little farther, but other than that. Cool, and we'll change the movement of the ship. Once it's aggro, it should like come towards you and stuff. And it obviously should fire at more random intervals. That's kind of cool. I like the look of it. I like how it just randomly calls the blender for no reason. Honestly, I think my personal opinion about MCPs, I think it's overhyped. I've tried 4 now, and every single one was really bad. So, in the last one, it was like way better just to directly modify the files. So I wonder, sometimes on Twitter and stuff, there's just things that are overhyped, and people like to hype it for the just the engagement. I think MCP seems to be one of those things because I are any of these good? I don't think so. But maybe I will. Maybe it will be better in the future. That's the idea. And like it's the idea of it that's the hype, but it just doesn't really do anything yet. Nice. Writing my mother back to life. Cool. Writing. Oh, that's cool. Or, yeah, it's pretty motivating, this stuff. Like seeing what you can make. Let's see. Got an error here. I should have pushed probably because that was a pretty good change. Don't like this. What are they doing? Cool. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna undo a lot of stuff because I don't really like what it's doing here. Something weird. I'll just remove this stuff that it's doing. What is all this? Ah. Nice, okay, reject this, yes. What? Accept? Always remember to push when you like something, because I hate when you get stuck and you're like, damn, now I have to figure out what they did to break it. Okay, nice, good. Nice, looks good, okay. All right, cool, I'm gonna push that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Jay Boy, it's cool that you got motivation to do stuff and learn from your family there. Yeah, it looks like we just do some. By the way, I think the stream is kind of delayed, so sorry if it's taking me a while to respond to stuff. Cool. And now let's make the range longer, which I think we probably can do with this. So this is the engagement range. Let's make the randomness maybe 20. Maybe double the speed, the cannonball. They'll be like stormtroopers, just like really inaccurate. Nice. Oh, that's cool. That looks great, actually. The hack is you get close. Oh no, that doesn't work. Cool, now we should make the cooldown a little random, so sometimes they fire really quickly. Maybe even increase the speed of the cannonball a little more. And probably the gravity. Now we'll change the movement too. So maybe once they're aggroed, they follow you around or something. No, that's actually, okay, cool. I can see that being fun. I'll push that. Cool, I'm gonna get another coffee. I'm just gonna work on this till the deadline. So that would be 2 hours, 12. Maybe not, that's a long time, but maybe just go like really hardcore, try to make it fun. Unfortunately, I'll show you this. I think Giaboy, you're the only one watching here, but I'll show you this. This guy's making like the same game as me. It's kind of funny. Like it's literally the exact same game. Sometimes it's like, damn man, I wish I was more original. Why are there gotta be so many people in the world? Like we didn't he found me on Twitter. We didn't like confer on this really. But the only thing I will say is I think my combat system's a little better because I got like abilities and his is just like a button. So that's the only thing I'll say about that. But actually, I think he updated his game, so maybe it's a little different now. I'm not sure. But he does have some. pretty interesting ideas too that he did. He added some chat bubbles, and maybe we could do that as well. I like this already. It kind of makes the world feel a little more life. Like there's more life in this place. I like how they just instantly try to kill you. Pirates hate each other. The only thing, the frame rate is, we should try to figure out the frame rate thing. The fact that it keeps dropping so much. It appears to be when I look at the island, I think. Maybe we reduce like the birds and stuff. Make sure to despawn maybe everything. Because like, look, the frame rate's great, but as soon as you start doing stuff, that's when the frame rate drops a lot. Actually, I wonder, it's probably, let me remove the water. I wonder if we're actually removing the cannonballs. Actually, the water is a huge component of the frame rate being low. Once I remove the water, it's fine. That's what I should do. So with the water, let's just make it way less big. Just do like 1,000. And maybe that'll help. Oh, well, now you can just see the edge. So. Let me see if I can come up with anything to make the water more performant. Is there anything we can do to make this water more performant? Because it makes the frame rate much lower when I load it in. Cool. Also, GA boy, do you wanna join our Discord? Because we actually have a Discord here. Send you the um, yeah, I agree. More cannon speed and range sounds good. And then they should follow you around. Like after you aggro them, they should try to kill you. I'm gonna take a bite of this, if you don't mind. Alright, let's see if that worked. It says improved performance of the water. Oh wow. I think it did. Look, we're still at 100 frames. Oh heck yeah. I think that actually helped a lot, whatever it did. Cool. Let me push that. That's actually a pretty important change. What did it do exactly? Oh, I see the smoke never disappears. Just make sure to move that, because it'll add lag with time. Okay, let's just do that real quick. So make sure the smoke from the NPC cannon disappears within a couple seconds and is removed from the scene. No, that's not what I asked at all. It interpreted the exact opposite of what I said. We'll just... Oh, I see. Why it's okay. I wonder if that's why sometimes it totally messes up. Yeah, I'm just seeing the GA boy. If you just got that now, the stream must be really delayed, like at least a minute. So maybe I should look into that. At least 2 minutes, actually. So just know that the stream's really delayed, if you're wondering why I'm not responding. All right, let's see if that made the smoke disappear. Nice, it worked. Smoke's disappearing. Yeah, it's already way less laggy. And we're keeping 100 frames a second. That's awesome. I'm actually pretty stoked about that. So when I look at this, it's 70, but if I look away, I think it goes up. Cool. Yeah, way less laggy. That's awesome. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another coffee, and we'll finish hopefully the combat with the ships tonight. remove the water until you get the attacks down pat. Yeah, we could always remove the water to make it a little less laggy. But I think it's honestly pretty good now. That would, and then you say, see, yeah, pretty excited. Wow, the frame rate is much better now. It even hit like 180. That's crazy. So this whole time it was the water. Alright, so now let's make the... Although there is some patches where it definitely like gets low frame rate for some reason. It's probably when you enter a new chunk, it spawns monsters or something. Cool. Now let's aggro them so they actually follow you around and stuff. Let me push my changes. There we go. There's like a first person mode. Yeah, I'm definitely going to add like 5 or 6 boats like in front of you in the portals. Oh, I'm going to try one thing, which I tried before many times, but I'm just going to give it another shot. Huh. What? Where are my files? Nice. All right, we want to add a very simple wake effect on the ship. Extremely simple. As you move, there should be a small, basically like 2 lines behind you, kind of like how when a normal ship goes over water, there's like a little bit of a wake effect. Should be very simple though. Very simple white lines on both sides of the ship. Um, make a separate file for it. Integrate it with ship controller. It's a little bit of a distraction, but I'll just try it one more time. Because I've always wanted like have a little bit of some effect behind the ship. I don't see any wake. Oh, but it's still doing stuff, I think. Oh, it's changing tons of stuff. Alright, definitely not. So please don't make additions in the main file. Just do it in the ship controller. There should be some update there. What the hell? I'll just type it. I'll give myself 5 minutes for the wake. If we don't get that, doesn't matter. But just wanted to try one more time. Because I've tried before. Another thing we could do to reduce the lag is maybe reduce the vertices on these ships too, because I didn't optimize them. Because they're probably all like 200,000 vertices or something. Oh, heck yeah, we have at least something. Before I was having trouble getting anything. Alright. Very simple. But at least it's a start. I can make it much smaller. Maybe like a little bit of... Hold on, what does a wave ship wakes? What does it look like? It's like lines, right? Oh, we could do something like that maybe. So we've created 2 lines, so it could be like maybe 4 or 5 lines, diagonal lines behind the ship, something like that. Great, I see it. It's a really good, simple application. I mean, what am I saying? And I notice when I say things like much smaller, it's better to say like 3x smaller, something like that. Just keep it precise, make sure these the ship, so move them back. Or is it the wake? Okay, it's wake effect. Yeah, right now getting hit doesn't do anything, GA boy. We haven't done that yet. I'll probably focus on that next if we can get this working quickly with the wakes. I feel like this is one of those things I could spend a really long time on and not really like the outcome. Actually, maybe if we move it back, that could work. Maybe. So let's just, there's a start offset. Let's make that negative maybe. It's a little weird looking. Okay. Yeah, that's. I don't even really know where to go with that. Instead of making these lines, can we maybe make it like a bunch of little circles behind you that are appearing and disappearing, something like that? Yeah, I don't really know how to make that look okay. Yeah, so actually we already have all the health stuff. We already have that implemented. So it's gonna be a matter of plugging it in like every time you get hit. And we already have all the respawning stuff implemented. So that's gonna be a piece of cake. All right, we'll try this. And if this doesn't look good, we'll just move on. Wait a second. Wait a second. What if we like jank that up? Can you make it like 200 particles? That seems like a lot though. Um, I don't really think this variable's doing anything. I guess maybe a little too big. Yeah, so this max particles I don't think is doing anything. So let's go ahead and ask it to spawn more. Can you maybe spawn as 2x as many particles as little circles? I was messing around with the variable, but it didn't really change much. So please look at the code and try to do that. Yeah, if there's like more of them, well, you're right, bigger might be something we could try as well. Just make them bigger. I see. They have the, what did it say? Have the spawn rate? Oh, got it. Cool. That's maybe too many, but in the right direction. Let's maybe just do 100. them smaller, question mark, and then move them back. I think it's like just spawning too far up. Like if we move it back a little bit. Right. Yeah, can you spawn spawn these farther back? Can you add something in the config to move it back? The real GA boys say bigger wake lines under the second one, the V line. Man, how behind is the stream? I mean, that was like 5-10 minutes ago, wasn't it? Let me see. Let me watch the stream real quick. Where is it? I think you might. I don't really know what's going on with that. Oh, I missed this part. So we just want to make sure spin distance min, spawn distance min. What? I'll just change this to 10, see what it does. Okay, so that moves it the opposite direction. Can these be negative? Okay, nice. Better. I don't know if that looks good or not, but I think I'm gonna keep it for now. What do you think, GA boy? Should I keep this? If you see this, I mean, it doesn't really look like a wake. It just kind of looks like puddles. Use the V shape and the bubbles. It's not a bad idea. I like that idea, the V shape and the bubbles. So do you see earlier in the chat, we kind of had these lines. Let's go ahead and add those back as well. So we're gonna have both these lines that are behind the ship as well as these bubbles. But I'm gonna probably commit just to save the progress. So you see earlier in the chat, we had these lines that appeared behind the ship. Let's add those back. And so we're gonna have the lines and the bubbles. Yeah, we probably shouldn't fiddle too long with this though. It's kind of not that useful. But if we get this, then we can move on to the PvP. I think I'm going to move it a little farther back. So let's do -10, -5 or something. That looks a little better. Okay, so it says it's added lines too. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there's the lines again. Okay, let's just move the lines back. Okay, not bad actually. Let's go ahead and move it a little farther back. Yeah, something about it looks a little weird. Like, for some reason, it just doesn't. I think it's because it's like appearing immediately when I go forward. What if we make it much less long? Oh yeah, like a little. Hmm. You can play around with this a little bit. What if we make it bigger? Maybe more of them? Spacing multiplier. Let's make this 2, maybe. And maybe make them a little bit farther apart. Like this way. Okay, I think they're a bit too wide. Maybe move them back. No, not quite connected to the boat. All right. We're going to play around with this for a little longer, and then we'll get back to the PvP. I'm going to do a few changes here. It's like farther apart, right? Because it should be attached to the side of the boat. Yeah, how big do you think we should make the lines? Maybe 2? I think something a little bit jarring too is it like appears immediately. It definitely should be longer. I don't know. That one's not bad. Maybe if it's a little bit farther apart. This way. Okay. That's not bad, actually. I think we actually got something that... It's not bad. I think there's one other thing we could do. Can you add the black outline to the lines of the wake? I'm curious. Line styles. I'm gonna commit though. I'm curious, you know, we have these like black outline effects on a lot of things. I'm just curious if we add that to the wake effects, maybe it could be interesting. Probably not the bubbles, but the lines. Bigger than the boat. Yeah, maybe we could increase the size. Well, the outlines are gonna increase the size of them. So we'll see what that looks like. I actually like how it looks now. It looks not bad. I think just move the bubbles behind a little bit so they don't appear in the middle. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a bigger value for this. All right, I don't see any changes, so I guess it didn't work right there. Let me look. Oh, didn't really use it correctly. Make sure to use the apply outline correctly, because I don't really see any changes to the wake, so make sure you're applying it. All right. While it does that, if it doesn't succeed, it's fine. We'll move on, and then I'm just going to move the bubbles back a bit. That's true. They should get longer and longer. That's a good point as well. Let's do that. But I think I'm going to move on from the wake, actually, because we could spend so long just tuning it. What happened to the bubbles? I think it's good enough. All right, I'm gonna stop this and just we can always do it later. Get to the PvP part. Okay, so now for the PvP, or not the PvP, the PV ships here. PvE, I guess. So number one, their ships, their cannons should do damage to you if they hit you. So NPC cannon. All right, we're going to implement damage to the ship. So if you take a look, we've already implemented damage before with PvP. So what we're going to do is use a very similar, we already have network calls for this to do damage, and it's already going to create effects like floating effects. So do it very similarly with how we did it in the past. When the NPC's cannonball hits the player, so you need to check if there's a collision with their boat, then you need to fire a network call and subtract the health. But along with that too, let's create a local health variable, and we're going to subtract it there. Just in case the user's playing offline, it should still subtract their health. So you need to put that somewhere, probably in game state. Call it player health. And once it reaches 0, then they're going to, well, for now, don't implement the death logic. Just do the damage, like the ship should turn red, like we've already implemented, and the floating text should show which is in the player damage effects and everything. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's see, one more thing is the network. Oh, the bubbles disappear after a while, which is, we'll fix that later. I think I see what's happening. It reaches the max. We'll do it later. We already have this though. Hey. It's creating a new one that we already got. I think I actually told it the wrong stuff. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and discard these changes. Because we actually don't send a network event until their health reaches 0 locally. Let's see how we did that exactly. It's cannon shot. Okay, try again, but this time we're not going to send a network event on damage. We're just going to keep track of their health locally from these NPCs, and then once the player dies, then we'll send our already player defeated that we already have in network. We'll send that event. Oh, what the hell? It actually already worked. Did you see that? I shouldn't have discarded those changes. Wow, it actually already worked, kind of. I didn't expect it to work in any way. Yeah, that's going to be the hard thing, GA boy, because it's not really, this isn't really water. It's like almost an illusion. It's a shader, so we'll have to like modify the shader based on bow position, which is weird. I have no idea how to do that. I've tried, but it'll be interesting. Oh, that's cool. You see, it's kind of working. That's quick. I didn't expect it to be that quick. It doesn't quite totally work, but it still has the collisions, which is cool. Okay, I think we're good here. It's just at the... So we probably don't need the explosion effects it added. Yeah, it's having a little trouble. Okay. All right, so two things. It's so you see the UI. Well, one thing. Well, let's just test something real quick. Like if I set my games, if I set my, hold on a sec. All right, so the first thing, let's remove this. Looks like there's some sort of explosion effect. Ah, everything's frozen. Okay. Cool, I'll probably just remove this part here. This part right. So I'm just going to make sure that removed it. Okay, so I still see it. So I guess it wasn't this thing. Oh, it's this part, I guess. And it's also doing a damage sound, which we'll fill in later. He sucks, dude. Can you not hit me? Okay. Bro, how's that still appearing? What else could it be? Hit flash? Is that what it is? No. What is this? Cyber Rally. Oh, this looks fun. Let's try it. Oh, it's like one of these, what do you call them? Subway Surfer type games. Okay. It's a pretty short game, not gonna lie. it's alright. Mine's not very long either. Alright, so let's see. Seriously? Still there? What the heck? Alright. We're gonna comment that out. Alright, something's wacky. What else could it be? That's all the things. Alright, so we're gonna try to make it so he actually fires roughly where you are instead of firing too far above. That was really mysterious. I commented out all this stuff that it could have been with the... I guess I will ask. I'm trying to figure out what's creating these red circles on impact from the NPC cannon. I've commented out a ton, but it's still appearing. What did I miss? Create hit effects. Alright. I missed that one. Let's make sure it's gone. You can hit me. Bro. Seriously? What the heck? I'm gonna comment this out. Totally. How is it still appearing? This is crazy stuff. I'm gonna rebuild it. I removed all of the calls to that. Oh. Well, this is probably relevant. Oh, hey, you were nice. Yeah, it's not, sometimes it's a little challenging. School years in Replit. Heard things about it on Twitter. Sounds interesting. I never tried it. Yeah, working on this has been interesting. Lots of bugs, but today has been going pretty okay. Generated these ships today. All right, let's see if those effects still appear. Okay, so I'm probably gonna undo the last changes here. Oh, actually, now it might. Hold on, let me uncomment some of the stuff that I did. Because I guess it's possible some of my changes weren't being applied because of some error. So now let's see if the effects appear again. Okay, yeah, it's definitely registering a hit because it's removing that cannonball. So I'll get close here. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go ahead and keep this uncommented, I think. But let's go to the part where it's supposed to show damage effects. And uncomment this part. This is the part we want. So, you were what were you trying? What were you building? What kind of game did you want to make? Nice. Okay, cool. I just add back the ship effect thing. Let's see, is it this thing? Let's see. Okay, so that didn't do anything. I think there's something in here. Oh yeah, I think we commented that out. Hold on. I make sure. I believe we did. Okay, yeah, see this part here. So we want this to come back. And then we should have our all the things that we want. Now we can move on to maybe damaging the other ship. Nice. Very good. Okay, got the red and the school. Now let's do the other stuff. But first I'm going to commit. Alright, so the next part we want to do is the inverse. So doing damage to the NPC. It should use the same damage effects and some of the same logic. I'll attach the cannon shot file that we're going to use, that we use for the player. And we're probably going to make modifications there that are like, did we make contact with the, we have some collision with that NPC ship? And if so, then we show the damage effects and we subtract health from the NPC ship. I think that's it, right? One thing about YouTube that's interesting to me is how effective it is at targeting people that were doing this vibe coding thing. Because there's really not that many of them. There's only 700 submissions, and you consider like the millions of people that use YouTube, or billions, probably, like monthly at least. And somehow it's able to get like the only 1,000 people in the world who are doing this. Like most of the titles of the YouTube videos didn't have Vibe Jam or anything in it, but somehow people were finding uh, at least 4 people now, 5 I think, other people on Twitter who are doing this. AF&T, how's it going? We're making some NPCs. They're not very good yet. Yeah, so it's oh, it's still not gonna work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not gonna work with the Brave probably unless something miraculously changed. Although actually I did make the water less detailed, so maybe it'll run a little better. Let's create a wave foam plane simulation. It's like the interesting. I'll try that, GA boy. Create a wave foam plane. Interesting. Yeah. See you later, dude. Thanks for checking it out. I do not want really statistics, so I think let's just do these 2 parts, or 3 parts. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh, nice. The only thing it like removes the cannon too early. Oh, it actually killed him. Okay, so that kind of works. And the only thing is it's kind of like predicting whether I hit it and removing the cannonball too early. Cool. That kind of works pretty well. The only bug with this is it's removing the cannonball before it hits the NPC ship. So like it'll like predict it's going to hit and then remove it like way before. So can you try to figure out how to fix that? But I'm going to go ahead and push that because that's cool. Cool. Yeah, there should be some kind of like destruction effects, probably. Okay, definitely do not do that last part. Nice, that looks great. I'll have to test with multiplayer to make sure it didn't break anything there. Let me see what it did here. Oh, it crashed your browser. I'm sorry. uh, one day we will get that working. Maybe. I don't know how hard it is to make it work. I'm reading this to make sure it didn't break the multiplayer. I guess I can test it real quick. Oh no, I removed the text effect. So now we want to change the behavior of the ship so they follow you a little bit when you're shooting them. Oh, I don't know what just happened. Oh, I guess it's generating stuff still. Ah, I do not want any of this. What is all this stuff? That's nice. Does it disappear or does it just forever increase? Oh, look, it does disappear actually. It's just, let's maybe make the, what it's doing there a little faster. Yeah, so let's just change this elapsed time here. Granted, I don't really want to put it in this file. Oh, it's trying to do sound effects. Interesting. Can you just point me to where did you add logic for the when the NPCs die? That explosion you made? Okay, destruction effect, gotcha. Okay, yeah, so let's just change all this stuff. So we'll make this like, you know, be triple. Okay, like way more. It's not going faster, is it? So is this not the right place? Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Where's the place to control how fast the animation for the destruction should be? We want to increase it by like probably 4x or something. Oh yeah, that's what I did. Let me build it again because earlier something happened with that. Okay, that's what's going on here. Oh, we're doing this somewhere else too. Hey. Okay, I'll just restart it then. That's pointing to an error that I commented out. I'll just remove the import. Oh, it's not being imported, right? Okay, I'll just remove this whole thing here. Okay, it's another error. What? Okay, I'll remove the parcel cache because something's funky. Okay, cool. So hopefully now the explosion's much faster. Life is hard. That. Um, for some reason, the explosion is still really slow. Do you have any idea what it could be? Oh, I see. We missed this part here. So I assume it's the same problem with the other ones. Well, this is right. Okay, but also there's like this yellow orb, the yellow part, that's still going very slow. The others are going fast. Okay, cool. Now can we slow it down by probably 3x? Hmm. That was way too fast still. Alright. Alright, slow down by another 5x. Oh, that was pretty cool actually. It even had like wood effects I saw. I like that. Just needs like some sound effect or something. There should be sound effects for getting hit, like simple ones probably. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think before I push the can shot, I'll just make sure it didn't break the PvP. So I'll load up a different browser here. Oh, I gotta start up the server. Alright, let's just make sure that's broken. I wonder why the frame rate's so bad when there's multiple people. Hold on. Hey. Hey, look. Did you see how much the frame rate improved? It's just like the guy left. Oh, what the hell is all this stuff? So I join it with another browser. Let's try one more time. Yeah, we could probably optimize the models, I guess. That's probably why it's doing that. I might just do that real quick. Since we already got the process in order here. Maybe make it 50%. Yeah, let's see if that maybe helps. Nice, it looks exactly the same. Okay, so now I'll have another player load in here. So yeah, big improvement. That was a, oh, yeah, big improvement, I think. Right? Maybe small improvement. To be fair, there are a lot of ships rendering and stuff, so we may reduce, just have like 3 or 4 or something. Alright, the next thing we want to do is like actually do the damage for the player ship. And then once they die, it should send the network event, and also I think we have where is that? There's some sort of respawn file or something. Alright. Handle player death. Where is this? Oh, okay, I think it's all in network. Sometimes this game just makes a really loud noise. Just blasts out my eardrums. Oh no, actually broke stuff. Mm. What is this? Weird. Let's see, I discarded the last changes. Okay, so let's ask it to try again. Basically, all we want to do here is just subtract the player health. This should be a really simple change because we already have this implementation for player health in game state. So just when the player reaches 0, we want to do exactly what we want to trigger this network respond thing that we have there. So keep this change really simple. Whenever I read what I said, it makes me feel inarticulate because the heck is this? Okay, let's see if that works. What do they do though? 6 lines seems a little too short. We'll see. I just got knocked into the portal. Alright, what are they doing here? Okay, yeah, let's just read the logs. Oh yeah, it says I have 600 health left. So let's just see what happens when I hit 0. Yeah, it says I have 0, so I should have entered here. Okay, player has died, so we got that part. Oh, I see there's some error here. Player state is not defined. Let me make sure that's right. So when I go in the init player spawn. Okay, cool. Let's try it. Wait a second. It is respawning. Mode boat. I don't know. We'll try. Okay, I think another problem. Like we originally implemented this with multiplayer. So in order for the ship to respawn again, it had to come back from the server. But in this case, let's just do a short little hack, I guess. Oh, I guess maybe in game state, can we call maybe complete respawn so that way it loads back in the ship, sets their visibility to true and everything? Because the ship is not respawning again. I think it's because in the past we needed to verify by the network, but we're gonna skip this because this is sort of like a local thing. You're fighting against the NPCs, so. I mean, it's gonna be a little weird, but honestly, it's fine. We can always fix it later. Like if anyone else is playing, basically, you'll just teleport back to the beginning or something. Actually, we could do this just an easy way, actually, now that I think about it. Start respawn. We could just send a network event. Let's make sure to send the network events in the handle player death. However, if the yeah, let's just start with that. So send a network event that the player has died using the function in the network.js. But what I'm thinking is like if the player is offline, then we should have something like if they're playing offline, then it should just be just a timer and then you reset or something. Cool, that looks dope. Works pretty well. I mean, the only thing I think we should test both offline and online and offline. Okay, well, at least it teleports them, I guess. I don't really have any feelings about that. Bro. When other players load in, they're backwards. So like they're riding backwards, moving around backwards. Can you make sure to rotate their ships 180 degrees if they're other players? What's this red circle? Close and reopen edge. So let me load in another player here. I'm still backwards. How hard is it? I rotate it. Did I actually do any rotation with this? Okay, now rotate the other player's ship by 180 degrees, because right now they're still backwards. No, that's so dumb. Every time it updates another player's position, it's rotating them. That is the most dumb thing I've ever seen. No. Okay, we can actually just remove this function. Well, we'll just see if it works. Okay, it did work. So that is good. Cool. The only thing is, I don't even think we're using this new function we created, so we can just probably remove it. Make sure, but... Oh shoot, are we actually using it? Well, pretty weird. Why is there an ad on my edge? The heck? Okay, so now let's modify the behavior of the ships. Like, let's make them faster, and also they should follow you when they're fighting you. I'm really happy that bug is fixed with the logging in. That was a pesky one. I guess we gotta make it so the ship health actually subtracts. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the ship health. It should be 100, not 1,000. The next thing we want to do with the NPC ship is like when it's aggroed, it should kind of follow your ship while you're fighting. So it should break whatever, movement lines that it has, and it should just be following the ship, the player's ship, and maybe some randomness, like exactly how it moves. It shouldn't just directly follow, but maybe kind of, you know, can you try to make an AI for this? And make a separate file for this implementation. Cool. Cool, let's test that out. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That looks really good. Cool. Another thing, can you give the NPCs a lot more health? Maybe double the health? I think after this, I'm gonna watch some shows. We're moving really quickly today, though, I must say. I do not want tests. Stop adding tests. I think if I would have been a little more focused, I could have made a really amazing game. Like, fun and stuff. Like, in the time period that I had. I think I just got a little too in the weeds. Like, this is kind of what I should have been focusing on, is some sort of, fighting stuff. And, like, fleshing out the abilities and things like that. So right when the explosion appears, can you make sure that the ship disappears too? Because it's a little bit weird that like it's the explosion and then the ship is still there for a little bit. So try to figure that out. Let me make sure that the was it flash or something? Oh, good. It is in this file. Just making sure. Nice. Oh, that's a really good explosion, actually. Oh, still shooting. Can you make sure he doesn't keep shooting too? Because there's like a little bit of time after that he kept shooting when he should have, the animation was going off, so he probably should have stopped shooting. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna position all these ships. So you're gonna spawn over here, right? And there's probably gonna be like 5 ships, 6 ships, and they're gonna be roaming here, and you have to like fight through them to get to the portals. I'll be right back. Yeah, what you need. Here. Alright, so let's remove the debug. First, let's change your position of like where you spawn. So right now you spawn 0, 0, right? So we want, excuse me, we want to change it to spawn over here. And then we'll position all these ships kind of in a row. Yeah, like right here. Maybe like over here. Like in between these rocks. If we could rotate this so it's like that could be cool. I'm thinking like you rotate the island. You're heading towards the island, and those are the two portals there. And we can make it like a little dock or something. We need to rotate it like, I don't know. We gotta add back the back portal. So we're going to put them all right in front of the... So in order to do that, we're going to do like negative 800. This is 0. This is 600, right? So this would be like 1,000 probably. I want it to be a bit in front, so more like 0, I think. So probably negative 200, 1,000. We'll keep them all negative 200. Maybe no, negative 100, 700, 700. Maybe even negative 50 for the ones, or negative 450 for the ones like really on the portals. This will be, yeah, sure, maybe 300. Make it maybe 500. It's interesting it did that. Okay, make that 300. Okay, let's see what that looks like. They should all just be in front of the spawn, basically. Nice. So that one's probably a little too far. I assume that's the 1,000 one. I feel like there should maybe be more. There should be more like over here. So that would be, what would that be? So that's the vibe verse, right? So maybe I have a couple that are like negative 100. Yeah, maybe position that one. So I assume that's the probably the 751. We'll set him to 0. Nice, okay. I think we're getting the vibe we're trying to do. So let's imagine it. You're trying to get to a portal. It's a little too easy. Let's maybe make the portals further back. Let's see, how should we do it? So you spawn like over here, right? You see it in the distance. We could always just spawn more of them. Spawn like twice as many. Most people are going to go to the Vibeverse, so I'll just put a bunch of them. So I added 3 more. Let's see. It's kind of funny. Let's maybe remove a few. All right, so let's adjust our spawn. So it should be over here, something like right here. Actually, what we should do is make it like right here, make sure some spawn over here. So right in front of you, just like maybe 2. And the coordinates are, so 763, 570. So let's make it 763, 500, 570, 450, 500. Yeah, that's good. So go back over there. Yep, that's about right. So I guess if there's any people joining, the idea I'm kind of just gonna roll with here is like people are gonna spawn facing the portals, and they're probably gonna want to try to go to the portals. So we'll make them play the game a little bit first. So they have to fight the ships to get to the portals. I'd say the only thing that's kind of annoying is that the cannonballs sometimes disappear. It says they hit you. And they were far away. That was pretty fun. All right, I think it's pretty simple, pretty fun. A momentary couple minute experience that people could have. Play the game. I guess you spawn. Let's call it right here. So 640, 590. So I think I can go to the game state. I think one thing I've learned through all this is just how much work games are, because like it's amazing. And this code base is like 120,000 lines, I think. And like I don't really think. I mean, it would need millions and millions. I feel like to get what the scope that we're trying to do. So. Granted, a lot of it is just kind of wasted code. I think it's not really that great. Where do I set the position? Where do I set the spawn position of the ship? Right now it's 000. Is it in the main somewhere? All right. There's some minor fun here. I'll take it, man. What is it doing? I'm not talking about NPC. I'm talking about my boat, like my boat in game state. Where's that? Where's the spawn point from the player? All right, notice the floating text disappears after a while, which is probably okay. Oh, I finally figured out why it's doing that. It's when you press shift. So if I had the camera locked and I press shift, then it breaks. Oh yeah, that's the reason. Well, good thing no one would ever do that except me, so no one's really playing those games. All right, I'm actually pretty satisfied with that. Like, considering it's a cool explosion. You got like the wood effects and stuff. Okay, let's set this spawn position correctly. So it looks like we're in 577, 527. We just have to make sure we're facing the right direction. Cool, so now we just have to set the rotation. How do I set the rotation as well? I think it's just boat dot rotation. Yeah. Okay, so it should be in between, right? Math.py and where it put me. Literally the opposite. Okay, maybe a little farther back so they can pair it a little bit. Maybe even a little farther back so they have like a second to understand what's happening. All right, I think we're ready to remove the debug orbs. Can we remove the debug orbs on these ships? So like the lines and I think some of the lines might be in the NPC movement or something. Let me look here. NPC follow behavior. Oh, I just have one. Nice. Let's see if it works. Oh, cool. Still have the lines, I guess. I guess we can see if there's an error regarding the Hey, what's the error again? Well, let's check one thing. It's like, well, first thing what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove all these prints, so don't need the. Okay, now let's see. Okay, well, at least there's less prints going on here. Oh my god. Look how much faster the game is after removing all those prints. So it actually was mostly prints. Okay, let's just remove all these too. Debug.js. Hey. Cool. So let's remove all of these, man. Aiming system, NPC cannon. NPC cannon. Thought we already removed all those. Why I gotta reset it? Cool, now it's just aiming system stuff. Just remove that. Cool. I think there was another one. Some raycaster thing. It's interesting, I have to reset for logs. I don't understand. mean, I have heard of cases of prints. Where do I modify when the player dies where they spawn again? I think I do that actually. I know where to do that. $750, $527. Okay, the fact that this is somewhat fun is reassuring. I did spawn in a weird place though. Did I put that right? 750, 527. Oh, looks right. Oh, this is actually a good spawn, huh? I might make the scatter shot work. Can you make these ships respawn after a certain number to basically keep track if they're destroyed or not? Let's see how easy that's going to be. I don't think it'll be too hard. I'm not commit my current changes though. I like what I'm doing here because I can understand a little bit about how this game could have been fun, or could be fun. Spongy-ass, kind of like what I should have focused on a little bit. Let's make it 5 seconds so we can test it. But what am I doing? All right, so let's download this. Might as well be funny, man. I love that sound. Do we have that as a file? I think so. But we might have it in sound effects, I guess. Mm. Let me just make sure I'm when is it done again? So this is 21 in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, I got plenty of time. I have to build it. Building is important. Why do we have new error? I will just comment this out for now, because it doesn't really matter that much. Granted, it might actually fix something. Actually, it might actually fix the fact that they don't die on the server. I'm just going to do a little hack, because I don't really care that much. We're just going to export it. I'm able to decode audio data. What is that? I'm gonna have to put this. Did I change the name? Wilhelm.waf. I will try it again. And make sure, yeah, it's here. Okay. Oh, we should make sure it's in the dist files. Okay, it's good. Oh, I'm muted. That is a problem. All right, so it's trying to do a lot of stuff, which I don't really want it to do. So we have to try to understand what exactly this could be. I guess we could convert it to an MP3 maybe. So something we could try. So definitely is a file that has noise. So now let's export it, right? How do we do that? Export as audio only. And I guess we can't specify what we want to call it. Okay. Got a new file. Let's build again, try again. If that doesn't work, we might have to do something else. Because this is absolutely critical component of the project. So. Okay. Let me just make sure it's in the dist. So it is in the dist. I'm going to make sure I didn't spell it wrong. I didn't, right? I guess one thing I could ask is like, okay, the file was actually found. Right, and I could check it, right? So I can do like /Wilhelm MP4, MP3. Right, so we know it's there, right? We got the file. But it couldn't decode it as valid audio data. So we know it's not number 1. We know it's not number 2. We know it's not number 3. Huh. So it's none of those 4. Are we sure the code in the sound effects works for decoding files? Ah, I see. That is a critical mistake. So let's go fix that. And let's just change this to be what we put in. Let me add some other sound effects too. Let me check if that worked. Hold on. I think it did because there's no error, but it might be kind of quiet. Oh, it's extremely quiet. It's like the faintest of sounds. Okay, how do we turn up the volume? see, what are these errors here? Oh, look at this. This is why our water is disappearing. Let's save this error, because then we'll know why our water's goes away. Nice, I hear the noise. Cool. Yeah, let's take a look at the... That's a lot of changes for turn up the volume. So I'm probably gonna reject this one. Oh yeah, and let's maybe just say it's 1.5. And maybe with the Wilhelm we'll add like the sound of like a ship blowing up. Okay, nice. I hear it. I think let's disable the spatial thing. Sounds pretty fancy, but hopefully this doesn't blow up my eardrums, actually. I think I'm actually... Okay, it's extremely loud. I'm glad it... Alright, let's... half of that. Nice. Maybe a little quieter. Alright, let's add the next sound effect. Alright, so soft wood breaking noise. Actually, I think I already downloaded something earlier. Let me check. Alright, so wood breaking noise. Because it's just making twigs break, which is not quite what we want. So. Jesus. Explosion, wood breaking. This one's not bad, actually. It's pretty okay. All right. I don't know if this will work because it's playing two things at the same time, so that might not work totally well. We'll see. Okay, yeah, so just played one of the things. Oh, this is another encoding error thing. Oh, it's because I forgot to build. That is totally ridiculous. I'm gonna play this one first, and then we're gonna decrease the volume. It is extremely annoying. Not really sure how to reconcile that. Hold on a second. I don't think I saved the file. What am I doing? In this file, can we make sure to play the sounds before anything happens? Because it's kind of like delayed, like the explosion goes off, but it should be kind of like reverse. Like the explosion should be rate aligned with the actual effects. Okay, now they didn't play. I see, it might just take a little bit for it to play. So I think I know what's happening. Like the file itself maybe has like a little bit of emptiness at the beginning. Because we start the file, and I think there's a little bit of let's play it real quick. Right, it's just like a slight amount of. Oh, okay, okay. Can we maybe delay the destruction effects by maybe like 0.3 seconds or something? Yeah, that should work, I think. I don't understand why that would affect the whether the sounds go off. Because all we did was create a delay on the next part. Hold on, my voice is playing somewhere. It's kind of, where is it playing? There it is. There we go. Weirdness. What did it do? Reject file, I guess. What? Oh, it's probably because I made the spatial audio true. So let's just apply these changes again. But this time, keep it false. Let me just make sure. But that should be it. Okay, after we do that, we'll do the more important stuff. Can you make it like 50% chance the Wilhelm will go off? So it's not every time. So 50% chance it will play or not. It's actually pretty good now. Yeah, like a 30% chance. It's actually pretty funny. Okay, cool. That's good. Why are they not doing any damage? They're just missing. Cool, let's maybe modify the shift ability a little bit. Can you modify the sprint ability? I think it should be, you can use it forever, but it's just the speed should be like 10x slower or something. Actually, I can just do that myself. I'll just... Yeah, that's cool. Can you make it so the sprint ability can be applied forever? So there's no cooldown. As long as you hold shift, it'll work. So I think the next thing I'm gonna do is make the portals look cooler. It's like they should be like loaded in models, so they look kind of cool. No. This is actually pretty nice. This is pretty fun. I think I could see this being a little game. I'm pretty happy with what we've done so far. I'm gonna keep going because we're making a lot of progress. So see what we can complete by the deadline. I'm excited that people are actually gonna be trying it out. So I think the only thing, I mean, there's some basic stuff like we gotta make sure that the rest of the abilities work with the ships. But I think for now, let's make the other portals look cool. Although there is some stuff that I actually have to do for the requirements, I think. Which I'll do real quick so I don't forget them. So if I remember correctly, I gotta fix the mobile. That's actually kind of required. So I got the sound effects. I'm gonna cross that out, I think. Yeah, this is done. We can make the spawn area a little better, but I think the only thing is, so fix mobile, add HTML thing, which I'll just do that right now, because that's easy. Where is it again? It's here, right? This goes on the body, I think, right? Let's see where it loads in on the page. Oh, it's in the right place. Nice. Okay. Love crossing things out, so that's good. So fix mobile, change portals, 2 GLEs. Nice to haves. Fix the abilities. Fix scattershot on the NPCs. I mean, really nice to have would be get the harpoon working, the NPCs, but that's going to be quite the undertaking. Let's maybe start with the most important thing. I'd say fixing mobile is pretty important. So right now my game crashes on mobile. How do I get the error message because it's on mobile? Like I don't really have a dev tools and it's not crashing on my computer when I shorten the window. So how do I do this? Yeah, I don't really know about that. So I'm not asking you to make changes. I'm just asking, how do I actually debug on my mobile? Like, can I open DevTools? I see, but I don't have an Android phone. Okay, we will try to add this, I guess. We will see what that does. But I have to push it. Just make sure it doesn't crash anything. Oh, it's this button here, I guess. Okay. Okay, so I just pushed it. I think it probably deployed, but I actually have to make sure of that. Let me check. Nice. Oh, it's still loading in this thing. But that's just for me, so. Okay, so it looks like it's deployed, or close to being deployed. I will try out to see if I can get the error. Oh, actually, it's working with no errors, so I must have somehow fixed it. Oh no, and then it crashes. Suspicious. Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna ask maybe. I'm gonna remove this ship. It looks pretty ugly. All right, so let's see what could it be. Reject that. Oh, I have the system logs here. No, but they don't really show much. Yeah, so my game is not very good on mobile. So how do I... It sometimes crashes. I don't like how it's like a vague problem. Well, it's kind of hard to shoot as well. How do I come up with a better... Well, maybe you select and then you can continually shoot or something. Hmm. Oh, nice. I got the dev tools now. Good, good. Oh, nice. I got some errors before it crashed, so let me read it again. Something about... I just realized, I think it's when I die. I think it's when it crashes. Let me verify the hypothesis here. Nice. Okay. We verified the problem with mobile. So I figured out the problem in mobile. When I die, then the game crashes. There's no errors. It just crashes. Do you have any idea why? I'll attach the respawn logic. Yeah. So we already have some logic in this code base that's like, if it's a touch device, let's just not do the overlay if you're mobile. I think it's touch controls. It should be like is touch device. There it is. Nice. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Let me look at it real quick though. All right, so I'll wait till that deploys and I'll try it on the phone. But eh. So I think next we'll try to improve the mobile controls for a little bit, because they don't really work very well. I have to understand how to do that. Okay, so number one, let's make the nipple.js controls like maybe 50% smaller. Alright, cool. Let's also try this. I'm just gonna push it. Oh, I can test this actually. I just need to make the window smaller. But I need to remove the code for this thing. Oh no, actually I can rotate the landscape, I think. How do I do that? It's one of these. Yeah, we'll figure out this error too. Whatever's going on there, but don't really know. The rotate icon, the square with a circular arrow. It's probably this, right? Nice. Now we have to click this thing, right? But to do that and fire is like really hard. Like, I think it should be like an ability over here, something you click and then, like maybe you just have the cannon, the stuff over here. Because like, you have this thumb, right? And you're trying to steer, and then this thumb is the camera, which is not that important. So you just click ability and then you can shoot that way. I think that makes more sense. So maybe the abilities should be like over here somehow. Like above these things. Not how exactly to do this. I mean, we have a radar here, so maybe we don't have the radar on mobile. I think you can just do that. All right, so we'd like to make some changes for mobile with the UI. So there's going to be no radar or chat on mobile. And instead what we're going to do is that's where the abilities will be. So we're going to remove the ability bar at the bottom, and we're just going to make some buttons for the, um, the ability bar. But it's going to be in a separate, it's going to be on the right hand side where the radar was. So that's basically for the right thumb to press it. Please make a separate file. It's going to be called a mobile ability bar. And we're going to integrate it with UI.js. Let's see what we're doing next. All right, that'll be more fun. Oh, hell yeah. That looks pretty good already. Just looks like some errors. Alright, how do I get the console? Okay. Okay, so you know the abilities, like let's integrate these buttons with the abilities just like it was before. I think it's fine to have only three. One's going to be the cannon, one will be the sprint, maybe one's the scatter shot. So I'll attach the ability manager and let's get those hooked up. And I guess we'll make all these way smaller. Nice, that works. Nice, that works reasonably well. And let's see. Nice, that works. All works pretty well. Okay, so now let's change it. I guess change the images or whatever. Use the emojis there to try to represent what we're doing there. So scatter shot should be like, look like a shotgun or something. What's this error here? Okay, that's just the one we've been having. Now we just gotta make everything smaller. Including this. Okay. That's ridiculous. Oh, little pistol. I think these should be switched, right? I mean, I'll try the controls in a second, but let me make these smaller. Okay, so let's make the UI, like the UI itself, the fishing cast line stuff. All the UI should be maybe 2x smaller for mobile. All right, let's see if it could accomplish that. I'm curious. Nice. That is acceptable to me. Yeah, I mean, good enough, honestly. Whatever. I'll maybe make the buttons a little smaller. Can you make the buttons for the shooting maybe 2/3 the size and move it to the right, maybe 20 pixels? Okay, it's not bad. I'm gonna go ahead and push that, but first, before I do, let's make sure it still looks okay in the desktop version. Okay. Looks like everything's still working. Cool. Let's run it mobile then. I need to push it. I guess I'll probably remove this thing here. Cool. Let's see, what's next? Assuming that works. All right, change the portals to GLB, so let's go ahead and do that. One thing. So I think what we want to do, let's go to first the new ChatGPT image stuff. And then let's generate a portal. It should be maybe like an anime, light anime style. So only include the portal in the image since it's going to be a 3D model. Make it made of rocks and I don't really know, man. I'm not very creative, I think. Just like rocks. Let's see if it finished deploying. That's still going. I will be right back as a general. Oh, that looks pretty good actually. I like that. Okay, let's download this. We're gonna put it in not Trippo. It's called Trellis. Okay, I'll be right back. people just joined. I'll be right back in like a minute or so. Cool, I'm back. Cool. So let's go ahead and get our reference image in there. Not that one. Didn't we download it? Somewhat close. Let's try again. Let's maybe try to do a front view this time. Oh, I like this one a lot better actually already. Oh yeah, let me check on mobile that the our fixes look good. I'm actually curious. This will actually be fun. Well, the only thing is you have to stop moving in order to fire, but other than that, it works pretty well. So we just have to make a fix for that. Being downloads. Nice, looks pretty good. I'll probably add some particle effects and stuff. Yeah, we'll lighten it up using our strategy. I'm gonna make a video on the lighting up thing. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, cool, so we're gonna load in a portal. Um, and we're gonna use this GLB instead of our currents, what we've created. So right now it's sort of like this arch. We're gonna replace all of that except the text, the floating text that we did. And we're just gonna load in the GLB, and we're gonna load in the GLB with the island loader because it's misnamed. The island loader is just gonna be like a lighten loader, like it makes the GLB lighter colors. And that's pretty much it. We're gonna do this for both portals. Okay. That makes some rough sense, I would say. Let's see, is it using the island loader though? Okay, it is. So should be, and now we go to the spawn. I'll make it 10, maybe 20, just to make sure you can see it. See if that works. Might break other stuff though. Oh, there they are. So just scale it up by like 100 or something. So just need to make sure to let's make it 100 and then rotate it. I gotta move them up, right? That looks bad. Let's rotate it. How do I rotate these models? Like as I pass them in, is there a value for that? Okay, let's rotate it. So probably divide by 2. Nice. They don't render out past the distance of like 500. Can you help me figure out why? So cool. Now we'll have the portal green we're going to load in here. Oh, I think I did something weird with the green portal. Honestly, that doesn't look bad. I'll download it. It's kind of interesting. That's pretty cool. Now I just need some particle effects. Let's go ahead and change where the so maybe let's add some like particle effects and stuff. First, we need to modify where that text is. So maybe make this like 250. So that's the Z, not the Y. This is the Y. 250. Yeah, maybe increase the font on that. We'll do 200. Name it this 80. Yeah, the size probably double it. Probably keep it 250, I guess. Where'd it go? I mean, I just saw it. So. Okay, there it is, right? So if I make it 800, shouldn't it still be there? Okay, weird. About 500. It's exciting. I noticed once I get above a certain size, it just disappears. Can we support infinite sizes with this floating text? Well, now the container isn't sizing with the size of the text, so all this text is getting cut off, and you have to try to figure out how to make it work. Okay, I guess it is scaling. Alright, let's just make a huge thing. Okay, but now the text variable isn't working. So like I mean the size variable. Try and change the size variable in Vibverse, and it doesn't make a difference. Sometimes the hardest things are super simple. I just want to change the size of the text, please. That is all. No other things, really. Alright, what I'm going to do is this. Alright, so what I'd like you to do is create a new file, and we're going to call it huge floating text. It should be similar to floating text, but we can create ginormous, fonts. It should be like, huge, huge, huge. So do that, thank you. And then integrate with Vibverse. We're going to completely replace floating text with huge floating text. I don't see it at all, so please try to make it visible however you can. You know, make it big. I don't know what exactly is going on. Is there some sort of limitation here about how big the size can be? My suspicion is we're somehow still calling the original floating text because it's not changing size at all no matter what you're doing. I guess I'll build again just to make sure, but oh, what the heck? All right, we definitely see it now. Okay. I think we just had to rebuild the whole time. Nice. Looks good actually. Cool, looks great. Can we make the vibe first one, keep the green, but also the jet ski portal should be blue. Can we add that configuration there? It's a little weird, but I think it should work. Looks pretty cool. Can we add now like particles around the portals? The green one should have the green particles, and the blue one should have the blue particles. They should be kind of like all over the size of the GLB. Can you greatly simplify what you did with the portal particles? First of all, just put it around where the portals are. It seems to be everywhere. Secondarily, just keep it simple, you know, just kind of like floating around. Don't do too many, stuff like that. Can you size up the particles a lot? Because I can't see them anymore. I don't see any changes. Can you try again? Make it even more dramatic, like 200 particles. Remember, these portals are huge, so you need to put them everywhere. Please try again. Make them just make the particles everywhere near near the portals. Wow. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna make this really small. Okay, it's cool. Let's see, where do we put the so where's this? Create portal particles? Alright, cool. What if we change this to 50? Does it do anything? 0? Okay, so this variable is doing nothing. So let's see what variables actually do matter. Probably the radius, right? So what do we set that equal to? Portal scale? Okay, what do I set this to 0? What does it do? Okay, good. So we know this does something. Nice. We need 50. Okay, reduce their whatever that is, some sort of flare or something. Pulse scale. Multiply it by 5 or something. Maybe reduce the particle size. I mean the particles, the amount of particles. But maybe 100 particles is probably plenty. Maybe the width just a little bit. Like let's make it like 100. Maybe 10. Let me see what this does. It's interesting, but it's not quite what I want. Deep volume for the particles. Okay, I think it's the depth. So I'm gonna like half this and see what it does. Okay, so not quite what we're thinking here. kill. That's fun. Maybe reduce that sound a little bit. Dude, this guy is such a liar. He purposefully like does a lot of stuff. Cool. So I want the health to be integrated with the UI. So we have some health with the UI. Let's maybe set the health to be like 100, and the damage from NPCs should do 10 damage. You should do 10 damage to them as well, something like that. Please make sure to modify UI.js. Your health should be 100. Also make sure the NPC, when they shoot you, it should only do 10 damage. Fuck. Just bounced off of him. Now I don't do damage to the NPC ships. What happened? All right, can we make sure to hook this up so whenever you get damaged, it modifies the UI? There should be some function that you call from game states to the UI that's going to, or some callback or something that's going to make sure that whenever you're hit, it is going to decrease the health. So I imagine this probably doesn't work with multiplayer, the health there, so I will check it out, but unclear. Can you make sure when another player damages you, so look in network, it also reduces the health and game state? Make sure it's also, if it's not already, make sure it also triggers UI updates. I'd say good enough. Let's see, where's our, we have a function create portal. But what we're looking for is in the spawn, I think. The URL should be based on the ref. So we can do that. I'm pretty proud of this, I think. I think it's actually way better than I thought it would be. That's because it's pretty fun. I guess let's just make sure everything still works. So let's see, I mean, if we get done the back portal, mobile's almost fixed. It just needs a few changes. If we get this done, this done, I think the last thing I'm gonna do tonight is this. Should be pretty easy. And then maybe this tomorrow. I think I'll be pretty happy with how it's turned out. I don't think I expected to get all this done. some ways streaming is really cool because it actually makes you work way more than you otherwise would have. I'd just be screwing around without the stream. Alright. So let's try to do the back portal. We got the so if ref param, and we're gonna have this ref param in our, okay, yeah, we're gonna get that into our spawn section of the code. Let's see, what's the problem with this? Oh, I put it in the config. Very intelligent. Okay, so now when we actually create the stuff, let's see, we have a config here. Spawn portals, go to each portal. Yeah, and just do like, yeah, and then you just have some that are like ref equals true or something. So this is back. And it's going to be ref true. Cool. Okay, so now down here we check like, man, that was really smart. It knows exactly what I'm trying to do here. It should work. Now let's just modify where it spawns. I'll just put it like negative, like 900. Yeah, all right, try it. Not surprised, since I wrote the code myself. There's gonna be some errors. I did not import that. The stream has been really good vibes. Very productive. I always work better under pressure for some reason. This is not the place. I think also nice to have fix the wakes. Cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna make it spawn a little farther back, but also it shouldn't spawn. There's no. So if then it's just return. I'll just do it after that. So if ref param else bad code. If not ref param, then return. Right. Now it shouldn't be there if there's no ref. Okay, but it is. Is there a ref? Oh, there is a ref param. So that's why. Okay, cool. That's what we wanted. Now we're just gonna test it. So ref equals did I do the? I think I did, right? Might have done the. I didn't. Gotta add the HTTPS. I think. It's like when you do these, when I set the URL, I gotta actually add this HTTPS plus. I don't understand. Okay, and then I add the ref. Dude, 13 hours. What the hell? 6, 7, 8. Isn't that 5 p.m.? Wait. Yeah, it's 5 p.m., bro. I got plenty of time. I think so nice to haves, fix the wake, add more of the islands and stuff we created recently. So I got the back portal. Oh, I guess if there's anyone watching, I'm just tweeting, so yeah, that's so interesting. All right, I think I'm gonna fix the mobile controls before I go to bed. So you should be able to fire and move at the same time. That's kind of the idea. Touch controls plus mobile ability bar plus So I want to make it so you can move the nipple.js and also fire the abilities at the same time. Right now I cannot do that. Do you know how to? So if I'm moving with the joystick, I can't click to fire. Any idea how to fix this? Hey Chow, you're actually you're watching. Oh my God. Where are you up? Are you in Germany or something? Yeah, I think I'm young enough to do this, but there'll come a time in probably the next few years that I won't be able to. But I do have this massage chair, so I don't know. Maybe that helps. Yeah, you're probably not in the US, right? Or maybe you just get up really early. Let's try to see if it worked. So I need to like shorten the window. Okay, and then I have to do something. What is it? What is it again? This one? Testing on mobile is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, nice. All right, now I cannot click this. Let me make sure it wasn't these last changes. So now I can't actually use the joysticks. Can you try to find a middle ground here so I can use the joysticks and be able to fire the abilities? Oh, I just remembered there was a solution. Someone posted about this actually. Like the I saw it on Twitter or something like this. Hey Chow, by the way, if you want to join, we have a Discord. Uh, People there just kind of like talk about, I guess, kind of like AI news. People are just like, hey, look at this. That's pretty much all it's used for. So if you want to check it out, I can send you my Discord. Oh, nice. Actually is kind of working. You're in New Zealand. Nice. New Zealand's really pretty, pretty country. I've never been there. Um, oh, cool. You're also on X. Yeah, feel free to follow me too. I'll follow you back. And, um, oh, sure. Thank you. By the way, the stream's really delayed, so I'm sure by the time I'm saying this, you might be gone. But um, yeah, feel free to add me on the Twitter, the Twitchers. So I think I just need to move this over, but other than that, it might work. Can you move over the mobile ability bar, probably like, let's call it like 40 pixels to the right? Oh, nice, that looks pretty good. The only thing is it's under the vibe jam. Let's make that like much smaller. Is there any way you can make this vibe jam, like HTML we added, much smaller on mobile? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's better. Let's see here. Max width. Let's maybe just make that smaller. Like 600 or something. 300? Okay, it's not doing anything. Oh, it's right here. So I guess just maybe modifying the font size. Oh, okay, cool. That worked. Well, let me see what that looks like on normal. It actually works for just mobile. Okay, it actually does. Cool. I'll push that and try it out on my phone. Cool. I think that will be the last thing for tonight if it works. And then tomorrow maybe we can try to finish. We probably won't finish this, but I think we probably, yeah, we could do these three things definitely. So the scatter shot should work on all the NPCs and stuff. New Zealand. What time is in New Zealand? Okay, yeah. So still, you know, night owl. Wait, what? It's only 4 hours difference? That can't be right. Oh, weird. For some reason I thought like New Zealand would be totally. Oh, but it's Wednesday for you. Oh, so it's actually the opposite. It's like 20 hours forward. Interesting. Okay, let me see my deploys so I can. Cool, it's deployed. Let me try it on my phone. I'll be pretty happy. Oh, there's one more thing I want to do actually. Okay, fortunately, the changes we did didn't work. It's all right. But there's one small thing we can do to the login screen. It's one of these. Can we make the login screen smaller on mobile? So it should be like 50% smaller. I think the thing I'm happiest about today is the explosions and also that it's a bit less laggy. Okay, so I'm just gonna trust that it did that right. And I'll test it on my phone. Sorry, I'm probably just gonna wait till it deploys. Let me look here. Oh, I think I made a mistake on one thing. I have to look real quick. Webverse. I think the portals should go to the. No, I got it right. It's portalpeter.com, I think. Yeah, cool.